The gremlin hiding shield. Need to get you one of those pull-down ones, you know, like for a projector. Little gremlin. Fearless. That's a first. Is it enough to tip the tables? Is it enough to change the upset? Let's have a look. He says trying to open. Right document. Good at maths. Oh God, Fearless, that's your first one of the month. Damn. I mean, Wolfcrad, good shout. Looks like this one's going to go to Dustin. I need to remember to do like a yearly tally at this point. J-Post, Fearless, Wolfcrad, Watto and welcome. Sorry I'm super late. It's not for bad reasons, which is nice. I have been crazy busy this morning. I can't talk about it, but... yeah. Yeah. Like I said, it's not bad. It's not about winning. It's about making someone else lose. Exactly. If you can't be a winner, be a Kingslayer. Okay. Oh, Scotty, lurk away. I'm pretty sure that making a whole chair does count as creation celebration, so you get to see some chair in progress. Sorry, multi-track drifty potato. Let's go. Yes, Jeffrey, that is correct. It is the getting paid. I'm doing some consultancy stuff, doing some contract stuff as well. Ooh, J-Post, no. Apparently the northeast US is getting temperatures up to like 112. Blech. It's gorgeous out here today. Overcast, you know, that lovely post-rain chill. So yeah, friends, I do apologize for being late. There sure is a lot to talk about. Yeah, a lot has happened in a very, very short space of time over the last couple of days. So for games industry news, we got loads to natter on. I just got to switch my brain from to actually talking to you lot mode, which is, if you hear a sound that's like someone trying to put an old truck into gear but they don't know how a clutch works, that's not your vehicle, that's me. How are you lot doing? I take it the wave has hit your corner, Dustin. I'm so sorry, friend. At this point, I don't even want to suggest like stuff to do to chill out, because it feels, at least when people say it to me, it feels very patronizing. You know, we all know, put a towel or a t-shirt in the freezer. I particularly like the towel and the t-shirt in the freezer. Just a little bit of water, because then you can wrap it around your neck. And it's been quite a few years since I had to do what I called budget spa, which is sitting in a cold bath with $3 sparkly wine. But it is decadent. It is decadent. Anyway, how are you all? Feels like it has been a million years since I have seen you all, and simultaneously about 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, Hoffers, I hadn't even thought about that. Back when I was at Molly's, I worked at the post-production house called Molyneux, and, like, London sucks during the summer. It sucks. Oh, speaking of audio, let's get the mic where it's supposed to be. London sucks during the summer, and it's because there's no through air. Everything is built out of, like, concrete and tarmac. Like, Brits don't get it. Oh, Uberdan, Watto and welcome. And, sorry, C222, how are you doing? Ooh. C222, no, a fever of 103. That's bad. I hope you're feeling better, mate. Fucking don't go worrying me over here. But yeah, the audio suite at Molly's was pretty good, as was the Foley suite. No air, just like little fucking ovens. Yeah, I mean, Dustin, you're not wrong. And also, the UK never takes heat into consideration. I actually found out that it's the same in the US as the UK, that if the temperature drops below a certain point, you can legally leave work and they can't fire you. But there is no upper limit. So, yay! Okay. Good. I don't need any more, I don't need to be blamed for any more deaths around here. Anyway, there's nothing massively to report over here. The stuff I was working on this morning is good, but I can't talk about it yet. And I'll probably be able to show you all in about 2 weeks. But it's nice to have some extra work. Like I said, this is the scary part of the year. I mean, though you can see over here, Saturday popped off. Did I do the weird little anime bouncy ear dance in 2 layers of costumes? You better fucking believe I did. Did my knee also almost give out the following day? Yep. I finally got rid of Mount Cardboard, because to build the Gundam stuff, I kept just storing cardboard instead of taking it down to the recycle. And it built what could only be described as a fortress. And yeah, Dustin, well, in this house, we fly the pride flag all year round, importantly so. But I do agree, like, happy last bit of pride. Make sure to give your favourite queer people $5. I don't know. We did not get to go down to Seattle Pride, which, on the one hand, I am sad about, but on the other, I was fucking beat on Sunday. I slept through. And also a combination of pride and footy people downtown. Bam Margera was at Seattle Pride for some reason, which was a little bit of a resetty spaghetti mode. I was dead to the world. Indeed, now we prepare for Wrath Month, followed by Spooktober. What do you mean September? September just like, September is Halloween Eve. In terms of interesting things done, I have very little to regale you all with. I finally started playing Rogue Trader. It's good, shocking. And last night we watched the new series of Adventure Time, which is, I mean, okay. It's nothing really to discuss, but And I know the only reason more Adventure Time exists is because we live in a capitalistic hellscape and the people who fund things have no imagination. But I really kind of appreciate what it is. It's essentially a prequel series from back when Adventure Time was just a boy and his dog having adventures. You know, I've watched Adventure Time so many times, and it's a masterclass. It starts with complete whimsy and ends with a level of characterization and stakes that few shows will ever achieve. You know, we've lived through so many garbage, awful ends to huge shows. But the ending to Adventure Time was fucking perfect. No one talks about it, because it was perfect. Anyway, it's just nice to see some prequel stuff, and the animation is brilliant. It had me genuinely gut laughing in one episode, which was unfortunate because you'd woken up due to a migraine, and I was trying not to be loud, but it was so fucking funny. Did Adventure Time do an Evangelion reference? You'll have to watch and find out. Oh, here's another thing that will shock you. Video games have the audacity to keep releasing. I shouldn't joke. Hang on, let Discord know that we're live. Because we found out so much about the Microsoft shit show over the last couple of days. It's wild. But I figure, like, bad news doesn't need reciting. You know what I mean? Oh, I guess one thing we did over the last couple of days, Jess and I have been getting back into Sons of the Forest, and we've hit that island like a fucking logging company. It's been very funny. The cannibals can't jump you from the tree line if there's no tree line. Like, we've built our own little TSA checkpoint. We've built a fortress. And yes, we're going to rebuild our shack for a custom shack. I was considering consulting with the person who built the Love Shack, but yeah, their number just goes to voicemail these days. Because what kind of a shack do you and I need? Well, I don't know how to build a Love Shack. The only shack I know about is the shack from the song Love Shack. Or the Shake Shack, but I only know about that in theory. You only need one tin roof. Rusted.
Threw 2 watches into the ocean. Now they are sinking.
You know what? I appreciate the brilliance and simplicity there. Ehrman, seriously, fucking thank you. Jenny hasn't been responding to that number for a while now. Is this us making jokes about the Love Shack in this 2026? Rusty.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Working Solar King, but at 37 months already.
Fuck yeah. Well, Dice, I hope it's cool drawing-y work and not having to judo chop the great unwashed. I'm just saying, everybody who works retail in the United States should be allowed 1 slap. Now, whether that's 1 slap a day, a week, or a month depends on the environment, but I think everybody who works customer service in the US should be allowed to slap 1 person. This is my platform I'm campaigning on. Exactly, Dice. Wait, okay, before you get back to work, just real quickly, did I tell you about the game that someone's making that's like Papers, Please, but you're trying to work out if someone is a Pokemon scalper? And you have to ask them questions and, like, check their credentials. Okay, I'll find the name of it and I'll pop it in Arcade.
At the Apuli shopping district, when you say the wrong combination of words, you may be shotgunned.
Oh, Akari. I mean, that's $2 you just stole from Jazzy Jeffy B to give to me, and I very much appreciate it. But you chuck in so much every month. Like, seriously, thank you. I will say, I've been watching a lot of stuff on rotoscoping in games, and I do wonder how much of that you could do, like, rotoscope animation in GB Studio without, like, brute forcing it, you know what I mean? I don't mean just, like, because we all know about Faith, the Unholy Trinity. That does such a good job of going from low poly to rotoscoped. It's iconic. But Jess and I watch a lot of YouTube stuff to sleep, and one of my favorite channels is Dungeon Chill now. And one thing that was really cool was there's a bunch of Japan-only horror games, predominantly like side-scrolling, you know, but side-scrolling, investigative, almost visual novel level, and they very much perfected a lot of the rotoscoping techniques for it. And yeah. Ooh, that's a good point. Ehrman says slap rate should be determined based on the difference between worker pay versus customer net worth. Okay, we could come up with an equation for that. You know, for every 10 times net worth a person has on you, you get to slap them at least once per interaction. So, you know, if Jazzy Jeffy B walks in and whinges about a coffee, you get to have slaps giving. Oh, well then, Dice, you should be allowed to deliver the thunderous backhand. Like, one of the few moves in Street Fighter I could never pronounce is Ken and Ryu and Akuma's Hurricane Kick. It's very long and very Japanese. But it's like a backhanded slap on a scalper. That's what Dice should be allowed to do. And I don't think I would be opposed. I think if I put that forward as genuine legislation, I don't think I would be opposed. Yes, exactly, Ultrazini. The one that sounds like I tried to say Tatsumi Mat whilst falling down the stairs. Oh, wait, cool. Nice, that's looking rad as hell. Okay. Let me just let Blue Sky know that we're live, and then we'll talk about the big shit, and then we'll talk about the fun shit. I think that's how we got to get through it today. Because we got to talk about it. I got to talk about it, if only for my own bloody sanity. Oh, and I reserve at least one little bit of saltiness for the day. Okay, I think I still had some sanity in the back of the fridge. I don't know if it's gone off, though.
Okay. Alright, everyone has been informed. And you're right, Kakazi, sanity is overrated. There's no sanity clause in life. Okay. Thank you, Megaran. The man, the myth, the legend. Rapper, teacher, hero. I just get too distracted by his tracks. They are officially too good. Right. Okay. So, how have you all been? How's your weekend? As I said, I've been very, very boring. I started researching non-standard fiction in novels, like Reset the Clock, like House of Leaves. And so I was having a look, and I found one that I thought would be an absolute banger. And it kind of is, but I found one that is supposed to be the retelling of like a Battlestar Galactica story. But it's told through chat logs, hacked emails, like unredacted reports and things like that. Who needs sanity when you have Gundams? There is not a single neurotypical pilot in Gundam. And only like maybe 3 of every Gundam pilot. Out of all of them, only 3 of them are straight. Sorry, that was apropos of nothing. God, that dropped. Wherever I was taking that conversation, it dropped completely out of my head. I was too busy talking about queer Gundams. What the bloody hell was I talking about before that? Oh, yes. Oh, Aeon, thank you. That Gundam stream was the stuff of legend. Oh, Vershi, what time? Welcome. It was not beans. Oh, so I started reading a book. I'll have to find the name of it in just a second, but it turns out that the core story of it is unfortunately a young adult romance. So half of the story has me going, fuck, that's cool, and the other half has me going, fucking teenagers. It's called Illuminate. A colony gets bombed to hell out of nowhere by a corporation, and so one military ship, one science vessel, and one hauler managed to make it away before the planet's completely glassed. And it's, I guess, in a weird way similar to World War Z, in that it's a retelling of what happened through, like, stolen documents, graffiti on walls, predominantly, like, hacked chat logs and stuff like that. And it does it very well. One of the things that's really interesting is that, I guess, to keep it in the young adult section, but also to make the horrifying bits better. At the beginning, the person compiling it says, I just want to say with protest that, this contains intergalactic state secrets, this contains heavily classified information, but I'm not allowed to say bleep or show bleep. Sure. I'm sure anybody who looks at this will be grateful that we censored the word bleep. I was like, I appreciate that. Because then when it does get horrifying, it's lots of redacted descriptions and like redacted pictures, but then you see like a hand covered in blood holding what should be an eyeball, but it's been redacted. Anyway, it's not a great book, but it's keeping me trucking along. And as I said, video game wise, my sanity games right now are 40k Rogue Trader and Brotato. And actually, Fred pointed something out last week, which is Rogue Trader is a great introduction to 40k, and I initially disagreed, but I'd like to admit, you can clip it for him, I was wrong. I think it was Pillars of Eternity, and if not Pillars of Eternity, then Divinity 2, where anytime someone talked about a term that you would know if you grew up in the universe, but it wouldn't be obvious to the player, you could highlight it and it can explain it. It does that wonderfully. So it's nice running around and being the only cheeky bastard in 40k. C222, you should. Or have it be, like, the official name is those blacked out characters you can do on, like, an ASCII. That's the way to do it. Okay. Oh, Kakazi, congratulations on double barbecue. Okie dokie Lokis. So, we've given everybody enough chance to get in, because I don't want to have to do this shit twice, but it's been an absolute shit show the last couple of days in the world of video games. We've talked a lot over the last couple of weeks about, like, the Microsoft Civil Wars and, like, the internal AI bill coming due and what have you. It looks like the Xbox division is going to be fronting that bill, and it's going to be bad. Because no one in the Washington area has the possibility of just falling into another job when this cull happens, Microsoft is now leakier than a sieve. They are getting rid of shit tons of studios. They will be putting them up for sale or jettisoning them if they can buy themselves out, or just outright killing them, along with a crap load of projects. Officially, this is supposed to be dropping on the 6th, so right after the 4th of July long weekend over here in the States. And it's going to be brutal. Well, they tried that virals, and look where it got them. This is going to be brutal. Ninja Theory, Arcane, Double Fine, shit, there was a few others that are up on the chopping block. Weirdly, and this is a weird one, Kojima's horror project is not on the chopping block. So I don't know what fucking deals they've done with that. At the same time as Xbox is going very aggressively on an ad campaign to inform everybody that no, the next Call of Duty won't be on Game Pass. Like, it's a fucking shit show. It's a fucking cull.
92 months. That's nearly triple digits.
Yeah, if I can hang on for 9 months, and we'll make it to 3. Well, okay, you joke about Kojima being an exclusive because they forgot, but it might have fallen through the cracks, or the deal was being done at one point. It was being done by one little squad that's unaffected. The other things we know is that all of the deals pertaining to Game Pass are on freeze right now, including deals that were currently in progress. So, Game Pass is also about to get a fucking cull. Like, and at the same time as, you know, people are predicting the console market isn't going to be viable at least until 2028. Like, and that's with current hardware. That's not with any kind of, like, you know, next gen hardware. Well, Scotty, I think so. But I also think that predominantly predominantly COD sells on PlayStation, and that gave PlayStation a huge spike in sales. So, I don't know. The thing to bear in mind is this isn't all just logic, right? This isn't some cold calculating maneuver. This is like that fucking scene in The Kingsman. Except for it's corpos killing each other rather than racists. Like, the sound of the AI bill coming due has everybody killing each other to keep their spot. Because you have to understand, like, if you are a lifer at somewhere like Microsoft, you have healthcare, stocks, you have bonuses, like, and your pay is crazy good. If you lose that job, you're not getting another. Hell, I know people who worked at Xbox, stepped away, you know, who were senior at Xbox, stepped away, and were brought back as a temp contractor. Oh, they also got rid of their contractors as well. Like, losing your spot at a place like that is no small deal. And so that's the thing, Lyoshi. We won't know for a long time what was actually intended. Whether the people who were given Xbox were sent there to die, whether they're using it as a life raft, whether they are the hatchet people. It's a Death Stranding sentence. It's a long walk into the unknown. So, yeah, it's a bloodbath. Well, no, so Bismarck, it's supposed the official announcements are supposed to be coming on the 6th. But yeah, so it's Double Fine, Ninja Theory, Compulsion, and maybe more, including Arcane. Now, Xbox already killed Arcane Austin after Redfall, which they fucked. So this would be the rest of Arcane that did fucking Deathloop, who were working on, I want to say the Blade game, but I might be losing my marbles there. Well, so Bismarck, usually we don't get a date. And the thing is, everybody knows how bad this is. There's no loyalty to be had. You know, what few people are kept at whatever corpse shambles forward as Xbox, if it is kept at all, you know, those will be the people who killed their fellows or got lucky. It's gonna be a mess. And to remember, like, we have homies who are in that space. People that we personally know, who personally hang out here, will be affected. Like, sometimes when things like this are talked about, it can feel like a level of abstraction. So yeah, it's about to be messy. The teams who have managed to unionize may not have the strength to stave it off, but hopefully they do. IO Interactive are still going to keep supporting their unannounced fantasy project, even though Microsoft have pulled out from it. Which is good. All I can assume is that Bond has done well enough to keep them going. And I know that seems like an obvious thing to say, but the thing about a Bond game is you have to pay a lot of money to... Who is it? It's like MGM and Amazon that own that. So... I'm just making sure there isn't anything else that I have missed before we get into more of the paint. Oh, thank you, Scotty. I guess and the other big one is that Rockstar are trying to unionize as fast as possible, because I think they are fully aware that once GTA 6 ships, that cull is going to be brutal. Because Grand Theft Auto is going to sell silly numbers. Grand Theft Auto is not a game, it is a phenomenon. And it is going to sell like a phenomenon. Zeke, what I'm welcome. But it won't be shipping with Grand Theft Auto Online. Much like with GTA 5, the online will come later, usually about 4 to 6 months after. During those 4 to 6 months, to make it so that the numbers are guaranteed to go up, all the extra bodies brought on board to get that out the door will be lined up against a wall and shot. So I guess like Rockstar employees' only hope is get unionized now, because back in the day, this ebb and flow of people coming in on projects was pretty common. You know, it wasn't good, but it was kind of understood. Like, oh shit, you know, next Activision project is ramping up. All right, well, they're bringing on an extra 100 people. Those people won't be kept once the project ships, but some of them might, you know. And if it's not, well, don't worry. You're going to go on to another project. Except for there are no other projects anymore. You know. I was trying to write a little guide for folks who are about to get absolutely blindsided by this big layoff. But my tips were coming across a little patronizing. I need to rewrite them. But oh, sorry. Continuing on the Microsoft thing. Undead Labs is either going to get closed or sold, and Bethesda and Blizzard are going to have mass layoffs as well. So, okay, those of you who are new here might not know this. I actually worked in film and television for quite a few years. After I got chucked out by my parents, I bummed around. Ended up just taking any jobs I could. You know, I ended up as a runner at a post-production house. Post-production house is like a studio for hire. You know, there are editors for hire, there are audio people for hire. You know, it's pretty common. I ended up doing tech support because I'm a fucking nerd. And just by virtue of learning on the spot. Plus, runners are paid minimum wage, so I got a pay bump, but slightly above minimum, which is significantly cheaper than hiring someone with technical knowledge. Anyway, I worked in that for years. And then the last recession hit, and everything was fucked. And there are a lot of things that I learned through that there's a lot of folks who are about to learn it themselves. And I wish to save some heartache without being patronizing. Like, for example, one person I saw who'd just been let go from EA was talking about, like, what does he do? Go into another sphere of video games like the FGC, or, you know, try and grab consultancy work, try and do work for hire. And I just kind of want to be... I don't know the guy, so I can't offer him personal advice, but I'm just like, I know what he needs to do. He needs to get any work as soon as possible. Because the things that fuck with you are...
Smells like trash.
Thanks, Sonic. You know, pride is always a big fucker. The only thing pride has ever made anyone is hungry or dead. And we're not going to go back to the structure that we have now. The US games industry is not dead, but the state that it's currently in, the American AAA scene, is fucked. It's not going to go back to that. Whatever it turns into, we don't know. Games are still selling, which is amazing, but what that future looks like, I mean, we can theory craft it, but... Yeah, and Wolfcrad, that's the other thing I was going to get into, is I see a lot of people who's like, well, I've got enough savings to survive for 3 months, 6 months, you know, I'll just find something. No. Because everyone else will reach the same conclusion, either the same time as you or sooner than you. And, you know, even basic jobs are thin on the ground right now. But there's also this thing of like, you need to survive until the industry comes back. That's what you got to do. Or, you know, look into transitioning into another industry and then see what parts of working in games you actually enjoyed. Because Wolfred, I did that. I lost my job, but I was like, I'm good at what I do. I'll just keep applying for jobs. And I kept applying, and I kept applying. You know, you get up every morning, you hit every job application with your skill set on. And you do that for 3 months, and you start going out of your mind. You know, honestly, it was... some friendos spotted for me to go to a LARP event. And that was where it kind of... thankfully, I managed to get out of my own head. Because, like, okay, LARPing's not real. Lol, what a funny thing to say. But, you know, when you're in the heat of it, and again, this was the UK LARP, so this isn't like 10 people running around shouting fireball. There's thousands of people shouting fireball. Well, no effect. Through, no effect. By my power. Anyway. I spent a weekend running around dealing with imaginary problems, imaginary life or death scenarios, imaginary empires on the edge of imaginary war, and I came back to it and I'm like, what am I doing? What? Pride does nothing. Pride is no more important than, you know, level 2 casting. So I just applied for anything. I managed to get and it was like minimum wage, very part-time hours, but I got a job working in a game store, which was loads of fun. Then I got the job at Sega, and again, oh man, you're working at Sega. Minimum wage, late shift, which was like 3 until 10:30, 11 o'clock. So it completely destroyed anything resembling a social life. Fucking sucked. Anyway. You know, that was ultimately what led to my path into games. And by the time film and television recovered, I had no interest in going back to film and television because it fucking sucked. And honestly, I think there might be a few people working at a corporate level in spaces like Microsoft, well, in Xbox, that maybe don't want to do that corpo shit anymore. But yes, now is the time to find shelter from the storm. The whole point, and we talked about this years ago, the whole point of getting bought by Microsoft was to have shelter from this very storm. Now, despite all the promises they made years ago, they're just cutting everyone loose. And not even cutting loose to survive, cutting loose to pretend like they're succeeding. Oh yeah, actual British accents instead of fake ones. Although, Wolfcrad, there is a certain joy of listening to a British person doing a fake British accent that sounds like someone who's never been to England trying to be British. It's a bit brain-breaking at first, but it's funny. I also watched Lima Man Arrest a Dragon. It's hard to... Shh. If the Americans find out we've been faking the accent, we'll lose millions in tourism. Anyway. It took me a lot of time to get over my own pride. And it sucked because, you know, I went from working a good job with house buying money. You know, I didn't stay at Molinaire. I was at North One TV. I had a full-time gig. You know? It was hard to go from that to me and my partner at the time fucking staying with her parents like a couple of out-of-work bums. Because they worked in finance. And so, while I lost my job first, theirs quickly followed. You know? Simple chaos, I knew it! No one could talk about apples and pears that much. Jess and I were actually arguing over what my rap name would be before I got started. MC Apples and Pears is definitely a contender. DJ Doop-de-Doo. You know what? Statham's getting there. But I think it's because every time since Snatch, they've had him do the it's tip-top, Harry, I'm just not sure about the colour. Okay, DJ Doop-de-Doo is better. Anyway, sorry friends, this isn't really apropos of anything. Like, if you agree that games are art, then you agree that art is worthwhile. Large-scale commercial art in America will no longer be made the same way that it was. And if you wish to keep making art, you can. Whatever it turns into. Honestly, I think we're going to see shitloads of tiny teams like having a crack at it. Honestly, what would be smart right now is, I don't even know who has the cash to do this, but opening a publishing house where instead of you having 1,000 people working on one game, you have 1,000 people working on, I don't know, like 300 games. Aw, Simple Chaos, that's the nicest thing anyone said to me all day. DJ Doop-de-Doo would be top billing at a basement rap battle. But yeah, like, I know you all know this and I'm saying common sense stuff, but it's just like, you know, DJ Wafflemancer. I don't know numbers. DJ Wafflemancer actually sounds cool. That sounds like I'm trying. Apropos of nothing, when we were looking at the cars up and down Greenwood, I was saying that if I want to get the crime car or a Bond car, it has to be unique enough to be interesting, but not to look like I'm trying too hard. You know, it can't be a muscle car. And a tricked out Mini Cooper is a bit too on the nose. MC Wafflemancer is also pretty good. Well, so Bismarck, Xbox Helix is, until the environment changes, Xbox Helix is already dead. Because there's no situation in which a jump in hardware on our existing platforms can be sold for anything sub $1,200 in the US. Remember the whole fucking bit when they announced the PlayStation was going to be like, what was it, $700? $699, and the world laughed. We are significantly poorer in the US than we were when that moment happened. But that would be fine if Xbox had Game Pass to fall back on. You know, shit, alright, can't put out a new console. Let's continue with our platform domination. Just kidding. We got rid of all the games on Game Pass, and we got rid of all the studios making original games for Game Pass. Oh, good. Because, like... Oh, yeah, no, new PlayStation is even more screwed. Like, PS... What are we up to? 6? Yeah. The PS6 would need to have a jump in hardware to justify their, like, incremental releases. And, again, there is no way that is shipping for anything sub $1,000. So what game will they be able to ship on their new hardware that will get people to save $1,000 in one of the worst, you know, economic downturns in the US? No. The Last of Us Remaster Remix. Hey, Craig David. Well, and Jackie, that's the thing. That's... It's not even, like, leaked. It's, you know, the Steam Machine, Valve were very honest about, and they're like, we actually can't sell it for any cheaper. Now, again, this doesn't mean that video games are dead, but it does mean that the old empires are fucked. And again, Microsoft would be able to weather this storm easily if they kept a retinue of creative developers to make the games to see them through it. But no, they're going to re-release Halo, and they're going to make Gears of War sequels. Alright. The Last of Us remastered remix 1.35 Death by Fungus. One whole internet for you, Fearless. And how dare you be funnier than me. Okay, Morrowind Remastered might get me. Because I was pondering it, and it was like, during the 2000s, when we had the last, like, fuck you economic downturn, video games did great. Because video games were still comparatively inexpensive. Now, because of Ramageddon and so much, they aren't. You know, video games are no longer in the retinue of things you can just have, right? Because the whole thing was, people started buying video games instead of going to the movies, instead of going out for dinner. People stayed in. Same with board games. Board game industry is probably going to do fucking gangbusters over the next couple of years. But now the cost of being able to play video games is astronomical. But video games are still selling. So this is where the reconfiguration's got to happen. And it's fucking hard. Last of Us remaster, remix, relocated. Still Fungus, but in Australia now. I actually haven't watched the Australia Fungus zombie movie because I know it's going to be emotionally devastating. Well, so Scotty, you know as well as I do, they weren't thinking about the consumers, and they haven't thought about the consumers in a long time. Scotty was saying that you'd think that people making hardware and software would think, man, if people can't afford stuff, we better make our stuff good. They were all so convinced by each other that we would all be using AI assistants in everything, that was the thing that we wanted. Well, so Bismarck, that is the funny thing, and like, Nintendo's not in the games business. Nintendo is in the merchandising business. They're in the Pikachu business, but the Switch 2, despite getting like looked at sideways for its price, will be the affordable choice until 2028. Right? And I say affordable in heavy italics. Oh yeah, Aeon, because they are desperate for consumer level uptake. No one had to market mobile phones at us this hard. Anyway. You know, there are some lights on the horizon. There's a crap load of lawsuits currently going through about RAM price fixing. So that is something. But yeah. Anyway, that's the majority of the doom and gloom. Like I said, I'm sorry to get into it. It's just, now that there's no stability in games, there's nothing to stop people just saying all the fuck shit that's happening behind the scenes in, you know, the major US publishers. Moving on to the positives, over in Japan, they've announced a new government initiative to grow the video games industry in Japan again. We're going to be getting another game by the team who made Nioh. We know that because the Japanese government said so. You know, Australia and ANZ are doing amazing because of the amount of support that they're getting. It just sucks if you work in games and you live in the US. Again, IO Interactive putting their money where their mouth is and supporting their homies is great. Especially after the Build a Rocket Boy fiasco. Oh, we got the fucking funniest fucking quote from the ESA. So, you're all familiar with the Stop Killing Games movement. As I'm sure you're aware, they've been going for genuine legislation. They were debated in EU, and the EU went, nah. Currently in California, the discussion is up, and the TLDR is that the Stop Killing Games movement wants there to be legislation in place so that games companies either have to provide offline servers or offline support for games, or offer refunds when a game goes offline. It is a well-meaning incentive, and if there was anything left of the game industry in California after this year, it would have fucked them completely. And it also would have pretty much put a kibosh on any new online games dropping. Yeah, Scotty, well-meaning, very poorly thought out. The irony is that this movement of Stop Killing Games would kill a fuckload of games if it came to pass. Which is why a lot of us industry side were just like, no! Also, at any point that people wish to give more control to the government of art, I'm always going to be like... However, some YouTuber got behind it and it became a whole thing. Jackie, it would affect any game with an online component. Free-to-play and subscription games were exempt in the Cali bill. Great, so it just fucks the little guys. Brilliant. Well, cool. So far, anyway, the California bill has been stalled and is potentially going up for re-evaluation, but has stopped. The funny fucking thing, though, was the ESA proving themselves more useless than a fart in a spacesuit, who, during the hearing, talked about third-party servers and their legalities. Yes, or Treatsy, I mean, that's the long and short of it. They would have annihilated any games in production. If the law around it was strong enough to be enforced, any games that would have been affected by it would have just been killed before they came out. But yeah, during the hearing, the ESA went on a wild fucking tangent about Minecraft servers being illegal. So yeah, now they called it Protect Our Games Act. Has been granted a reconsideration, so it's not dead. So we're not through this yet, but. Well, so Jackie Fox, this is the thing, is that it's... The only reason it's even considered a both sides argument is because one side doesn't understand how games are made. If you wanted to run a game... So let's say we decide, as the Longship, we want to make an online game. We are going to be using a buttload of third-party resources, which we don't own, right? If we had to create our own matchmaking systems, if we had to create our own monetization stuff so people can actually pay us for the game we're making, you know, if we had to make our own server code, something that would be installable on any server, like, that is an inordinate amount of time in development. And whilst, yes, having the financials to run a game for 5 years is sensible, imagine if you started making a game in 2020 and then hit upon the shitfuck that we're now in. Who is legally responsible for keeping that game online? And what are the repercussions, if not? And then, if you make it available to all users, to what extent? Like, oh, just put out the source code. No! From that point, everything that you've created has no chance of keeping a studio afloat. You know? Creating anything online is incredibly complex. Yes, the make server code button is right next to the make game button. Like, I guess the thing that frustrates me is that I understand the user standpoint, which is I want to be able to play my games after they go offline. And that's an entirely valid sentiment. But what they are proposing, because I guess then the question is, who is the arbiter of it, and how do you handle that? Like, are we talking fines, legislation, jail time? Do you have to submit your game to a government agency before it goes online? You know what, Ortreatsy? I actually hadn't thought of that, and you're right. The Minecraft discussion is a great way of derailing things. I mean, it's infuriating if you know, but technically, monetized Minecraft servers that are not run through the standard thing are against the T's and C's when you start playing Minecraft, and are technically illegal. Games preservation is important, but there needs to be at least some point of understanding that, you know, some games will eventually go away, some games will die, some will be gone, and some will be changed to the point where they are never the same again. You know, in a strange regard, that's what makes a lot of online games interesting and special. And even if you could put legal steps in place to keep them online eternally, you're not keeping the same thing going. Now, I kind of let the proverbial mech out of the proverbial bag, but I hope you all like Hawking, because we're going to be playing some Hawking in a bit. Not today. Today we're playing Rainbow, but and Jackie, it's sadly not something I'm going to have time for in a while, and I mean, okay, my arguments against it are threefold and simple. One, I do not want to give the government control over what we can and can't release. Because whatever definition they define legally, we will have to follow, not the other way around. It will not be us deciding, not as consumers, not as creators of games. The other thing being is like the extent to which a lot of online games are held together is with spit, third-party solutions, and hope. What it would essentially do is increase the cost of creating video games drastically. It would essentially be like having to build fully functioning mod tools alongside the game whilst you are making it. Which is extremely difficult. And I guess it's because all of the proposed solutions for it are bad. Like, right now, getting old systems online... getting old games with complex systems online is difficult. Not impossible, but difficult. And talking to any of those teams and, you know, how one might reverse engineer those gives you a better understanding of what it would take to run them. And honestly, like, aside, what would then happen is, you know, before everything tanked out, teams would not be able to create games that had any permanence to them. You know, any games that would be looking to be, you know, extraction games or battle royales or ilk like that, anything that requires servers to run, nah, that's just not happening. It's the same reason we don't make games for kids. Sure, there are a few, but you do not make online games for kids because of copper. Now, I think copper is good. Children need protecting, and somehow Roblox managed to make it around all of that. But yeah, I guess, you know, the thing that rubs me up the wrong way is this, aside from the sheer lack of knowledge for the people leading the stop killing games, I think what infuriates me is that this is the only art medium that is expected to be in perpetuity. Like, there are movies you cannot go and see in a cinema. Like, no one's fucking suing the cinema, being like, oh, I wanted to go and see the newest Marvel movie, but it's not new anymore and it's stopped showing. I wanted to go see Sleep No More, but they're not sleeping anymore. And I guess the last point being is that the studios that they're pissed at for, like Ubisoft and stuff, who do have the money to keep these projects going, will also have the legal acumen to avoid having to deal with it. But we in the indie space will never have the opportunity to create something like that could live on. Because, again, government legislation. Anyway. The only things to take away from the conversation is that, one, I mean, the ESA did help, but in the dumbest possible way. And now obviously everyone's mocking them for their nonsense. And I don't think it's something that we'll see come to bear at a large scale. You know what it is? It's that the folks who would be genuinely affected by this, indies, small teams, you know, people doing weird shit with online games, who would be affected by this, aren't the ones who fucked everybody over, you know? They're not the ones killing Destiny 2, they're not the ones who... And who the fuck was even playing the Crew 2? The 2 Crew, what have you? Like, the spaces that we frequent, the kinds of creativity that I want to see in online spaces, I don't want to see that, you know, clipped so that, what, Davey Daveson can play Ubisoft games after they're woefully blown out of budget and then exploded. Like, take Ubisoft to fucking task over this. Anyway, I apologize. I'm getting off my I'm off my point and my I'm getting into incoherent ramble turf. Trying to think what else there was on Vigigamery news stuff that I wanted to natter with your lovely selves about. Oh yeah, on the subject of like good news, because we've talked about a lot of bad stuff so far today. We've talked about, you know, the impending like death nail of the American games industry and whatnot. The Binding of Isaac hit an all-new concurrent player record over the weekend. Now, I know that doesn't seem like a big deal. Like, of course, The Binding of Isaac's super popular, but think about how long it's been out and how many people have been playing it. That it is not a game with infinite content. It's not an online title where there's a competitive scene, but it is a standalone game that had its full and final update, what, a couple years back? And over the weekend, it hit a new concurrent player peak. Well, and that's the thing, so Virus is asking how the hell, that's what's interesting. Legend, yes, it's on Super Sale, but who didn't own The Binding of Isaac beforehand? You know, the last time it hit peak was April 2021. That's 5 years later. 5 years later on a non-multiplayer game. And the last update was 2024. Now, it could be there was also a very popular content creator or streamer or someone who got super into it as well. You know, you can have this kind of stacking effect, but yeah, well, and see, Simple Chaos, the problem is like, it's hard to tell algorithmically these days where something originates from, or if we're just in the proximity of some, you know, some weird bubble. It's actually, I will say, both shamanistically and metrics wise, it is so much harder now to get a grasp of how things are doing and why. You know, it took ages for people to work out the progenitus of Among Us, for example, was Korean K-pop stars streaming during lockdown. But my point being is, just think about that for a second as a data point. A game that has been out for a very long time hit its new all-time concurrent peak of players. And during a Steam sale, meaning that were those all new consumers? Was it just a new explosion? Like, there is this hunger, there is this real desire to play games that I'm really not seeing discussed anywhere apart from here. And, like, we all stopped going to the movies in the 2000s because we were poor. And then in the 2010s, the quality of films to go and see didn't really pick up until we started getting Marvel movies. And then the pivot to everything's a Marvel movie. And we haven't had any Marvel movie bangers in a while. Like, the interest isn't there. It's not just that the film industry kind of ate itself, but, you know, movies that may or may not be interesting or worth diving into just aren't, or weren't getting greenlit. I can't speak about the film industry with the same authority I can with games, but I think it's an interesting data point that, you know, 3 big winners over the summer have been, or 4 big winners have been weird and independent. You know, we've had Iron Lung, we've had The Backrooms. I've told Obsession is very, very good, and also it can't be understated that the final episode of The Amazing Digital Circus getting a cinema screening has also been wildly successful. much more so than a bunch of other superhero movies. Anyway. Well, and Bismarck, this is where the data points in this are important. Because if you're talking about Resident Evil 3 Remake, that didn't do as well as Resident Evil 2. So a super sale on that would be a convincing point. But we're talking about record-breaking numbers here. Like, it's everybody who played The Binding of Isaac at its peak back in 2021, and then a step up from there 5 years later. You know what, Jackie? Yes, Iron Man 2 is still the newest Marvel movie, and it's not bad. Just live in happiness. But again, so Bismarck, this is why the shamanistic and the data have to go hand in hand, because yes, Resident Evil Requiem's success has resulted in background radiation sales of other Resident Evil games, and combine that with the sale and you have an up. You could argue that Mutagenics might have created a backdraft that has boosted The Binding of Isaac. But yeah, as Viral says, we are in top 100 games played on Steam numbers at this point. And this is really important to look at, because every other time we have seen kind of like an industry death, there has also been a massive decline in quality and a decline in user interest, right? Whereas in games, predominantly because of its attachment to the tech industry, but the current crash that we are seeing is unrelated to the quality of titles, and it's unrelated to the effect of, you know, the current nosedive that the games industry in the United States is seeing is not because of the games industry in the United States. Now, does that mean that I think that, you know, Microsoft is blameless? Absolutely not. Because of, I mean, blame it on capitalism, blame it on greed, blame it on what you will. They would have to stand up and take an L to keep all the creative products that they are creating, which they are refusing to do. They will instead, you know, jettison and kill all their darlings rather than take the L. But the situation that we are in, games didn't cause that. Oh, maybe this one could be Pebbles' fault, because, you know, where's he getting all those jellies from? What are jellies if not floating RAM? Yeah. So yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not just trying to peddle copium, because I feel like every day we talk about this, and every day I come around, I always bring the same conclusion, like a trite Jerry Springer episode. But it is true, right? There's this hunger for video games that has begun and has continued something fierce. Sorry. We'll see, Bershi. I don't want to spoil Rain World, but if Sam Altman can have the same ending as Pebbles, I'll sleep better tonight. Sorry, apologies for going into 1,000-yard stare mode there for a second. As I said, watch a lot of Dungeon Chill to sleep. And one of the things that was really interesting that I hadn't thought about in a while is, I don't know if you know this, Robert De Niro funded and was involved in a game studio back in the 90s, making point and clicks. Real kind of like post Peter Gabriel CD-ROM stuff. Crazy good cast. Like one of the Belushis, Cher, fucking two blokes out of Aerosmith. Like, and proper good voice acting talent in this surrealist thing. I think it was called like, was it 9 Last Nights or 9 Last Resort or something along those lines. And that didn't sell because the consumer market was all about Doom, right? Hell, the crash of point-and-click adventure games because of the onset of like action-based FPS is an interesting discussion, right? It's also worth noting that a lot of those point-and-clicks weren't very good. Like, if you actually look at the Robert De Niro point-and-click, it is a weird, surrealist moon logic missed 'em up that if you don't know musical theory is fucking hard. It's like music as language. And was crazy expensive to make. I mean, gorgeous little details. So like in the box, you had like a postcard that sets up the game, which is also the like copy protection and shit like that. That's fucking cool. But yeah, it got absolutely bodied by the onslaught of Doom. But then stopping and thinking about it, it's like, it wasn't necessarily that a lot of those games were killed because of Doom. It was just that Doom was a wild success that overtook. A lot of those point and clicks weren't fun. And I say that with love and respect. You know, the thing that no one talked about back in the day, we discuss a lot now, is that Myst had its own logic, its own language, like in how you solve the puzzles and decipher it. And once you learn that, the world of Myst is fascinating. It's just that first half an hour to an hour, or if you're a child, 5 hours, of just slamming your face against switches and buttons, hoping for something to give. You were never going to play through Myst, but, yo, is that, is that a game where you can shoot demons in the face with a shotgun? Yeah, I can work that out. I can puzzle that. What we're seeing now in games is that actually all of them are selling like fucking hotcakes. It's just the price point has gone too high on a lot of stuff. And the lack of that acknowledgement is what's creating this kind of like false data. You know, the oversubscription of live service games. Okay, Alnus, you make a good point. Just like Sniper Elite is my favourite spot the difference game. You have to spot the difference between a Nazi with bollocks and a Nazi without bollocks. Loads rifle. God. Some nights you just want to get drunk and blast Nazis. Anyway. Like I said, I'm not trying to just peddle copium. And we're going through what is essentially the most fucking brutal growing pains that games have ever gone through. You know. And honestly, what's frustrating is that I'm not saying that the situation that we're in was preventable. But we absolutely could have created a situation where what is happening right now wouldn't have decimated the entire American games industry. But I tell you, that bloke who got laughed at by Phil Fish is probably sitting in his JRPG studio right now laughing his arse off. Right! Video games. So, let me show you what's on the will release calendar. This is Whiskers, Wizards and Wands. It's a cozy little puzzle game. This is actually made by a friend of the Longship. And honestly, yeah, it has been really interesting to learn more about Romero over the years. It's still, I find it fascinating that we used to think that Carmack was like the calm guy and Romero was like the coked up rock star making wild requests. And actually, Romero was the one pushing for the art of games to do cool and fun stuff, and Carmack was just a lunatic programmer. Genius, yes, but genius in the, you know, huffing mercury in an attic kind of genius. But yeah, this dropped today. It had the unfortunate... Please don't launch your game during a summer or winter sale. Please don't do that. But in this house, we help the homies as best as we can. No one consulted me on launch windows or what have you. Now, Desk Idle intrigued me. Currently sitting at mixed, so I wonder if it's like a storage thing. But yeah, basically grow a space fleet increment. Oi, play the video. Grow a space fleet incrementally. It reminded me very much of second screening my EVE Online account while working. Can't tell me what to do. I'm not your monkey's uncle. Now, it's currently sitting at mixed reviews, so I don't know if it's necessarily an absolute banger. But that looks kind of fucking cool to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just on a space kicker at the moment. I just got to the point in Rogue Trader where I can actually fly my void ship around. It's called the Age of Insomnia because I'm having trouble sleeping these days. Now, this one I know I've told you about. Fuck knows when we're going to get to play this. There's too many games. But this is... not Voice the Void. The Message from Deep Space. It is a translation puzzle game where you try and decipher alien signals. I'm sure it's going to be fucking good. You know. I will say though, for those of us just in the game making space, for all of the doom and gloom, you know, the death of the huge monolithic American game studios will mean that there will be a hunger for the kinds of things that they were making, which will now be creatable at an indie level. I think that's kind of fucking cool. You know, if Project Silverfish has taught us anything, you don't need a Bungie to make a shooter. No one has picked up Wizard... Oh, 2 people have. It's a vibe and a half. Yeah! I'm looking forward to picking this up at some point. This is Wizard 95. You and your friends buy and sell spells while drinking wine and doing silly wizard shit by the fire. And that's it. It's WizMud with nonsense mini games. I think I told you all about this. And then these are all ones from last week that I've natted about heavily. Yeah, Ozymandias, it looks fun. It's also $5 on the reg, even at full price. And while it may not take off today, it has the possibility of taking off at any point, which is fucking cool. I don't think there was anything else games-wise I wanted to natter with your lovely selves about. I did find it very, very funny that the companion cube case for the Steam box, or the Gabe Cube, turns out the company did not have the licensing agreement to do that. Which they absolutely owned up to, that they went all... they asked forgiveness instead of permission, which are actually, legally, not a good idea. Yeah, I didn't see anything else. I feel like there's something else I meant to natter with you all about video games wise, but I thought it was quite funny. One of the creators of Baldur's Gate 2 got asked if he wanted to head up the next project, you know, the follow-up to Baldur's Gate 3, and to which he absolutely said, fuck no, I'm not following that up, which does make me laugh. The only thing he doesn't say in the article, which I know he would say if he could, was that Hasbro are absolutely going to micromanage the shit out of whatever Baldur's Gate 3 ends up being, and it's going to be dog shit. Yeah, D-Brand euthanized their faithful companion cube quicker than any other test subject on record. Congratulations. I mean, there will be a Baldur's Gate 4. Will it be good? Highly unlikely. And like, Larian was smart for not taking that up, because the next thing that they make could absolutely be just as successful and their own. So fuck yeah. Okay, so friends, I think that's it. I think that's the long and short of it. I haven't seen anything else in the hot sheets that I feel like we need to talk about. We're going to be consoling a lot of homies over the coming months. And yeah. Yeah, I don't see anything else that, excuse me, coffee granule stuck. Yeah, I don't see anything else that we need to throw ourselves at head first. Oh yeah, so something I hadn't even considered. Sorry, let's get Rainworld on the go. We can keep talking about everything and nothing. I do want to say, though, that over the last couple of weeks where I've been almost begging for help with Rainworld, the lack of information has been very, very tricky. I gave up and looked up what I needed to do next, and so it turns out that I am supposed to be seeing the Weaver pop up in different locations. We just have to do emergency teleports. We have to break space-time so that the Weaver will show up to fix it. So all the stuff we've been doing, trying to find the thread and the weave, the timeline's fine. It's unbroken. We got to break it. Also, it turns out that over on the outer I think it's the... It might be out this way, on the outer areas.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
1 month left. Also, what ho?
What ho and welcome. How are you doing, friend? So we're going to go up and then left. Do you all like me, or are we... Okay, I've got to get you all some more pearls. They don't hate me. Sorry. Nexus, seriously, thank you. 35 months is no small amount of time. All right. I'm just switching from video game banter mode to trying not to be shit at Rain World mode. Surprisingly difficult. But yeah, it turns out that in the outer reaches, there is a master plant. And the master plant allows us to choose where we can teleport to. Oh, that is a motherfucking millipede. Alright, we are going somewhere else. Now, we don't necessarily need that, or need that knowledge to be able to progress, but it's certainly going to help. The amount of times I asked the Rain World folks, like, what do we need to be doing? No one was like, oh, you got to break space-time. Whereas I've been trying to avoid using emergency teleports because it spreads the rot. Well, so in this one, yeah, we don't have to... Wait. Breakfast! Breakfast! Yeah, so we don't have to spread the rot at all. Breaking space-time will cause the rot to spread. I can deal with you dingleberries later. Though, a couple of cute things I learnt. We can eat, not consume, but the little floating jellies in this area. We can snack on them to increase the amount of time we can spend in the between. I think that's really cool. But yeah, so I know what we need to do now. Oh, you son of a... Fuck. One, didn't kill me. Two, led to his death. Eat shit, you drop-wig bastard. Because yeah, I did enjoy last week when we focused on translating some pebbles and having a run around. Oh, we're in the bad place. Hey, Paul, I'm gonna need you to open up real soon, buddy. Okay, there's a small chance we're about to introduce a super predator into a new ecosystem. Yep. This is, as the kids would say, bad. Well, enjoy, not us. Jelly. Also, so friends, if you weren't there for Saturday's stream, then you missed so much fun. I'm not even lying. It's fucking hilarious. But Aeon has put up extra cash this month, so that those of you who are taking part in Clip of the Month Club, it will not only be the first individual who gets to come away with a prize, but the first 3 folks. So for those of you who seek to be the Clip Finder General, for a big gigantic, engine strapped to legs, boy sure is nervous. Jopwig taking a distinct, yeah, fuck that approach. Damn. Apparently those things are possibly edible. But yeah, I know what we're doing, and I know where we're going. Yeah, because the other ones are usually blue, aren't they? These guys are massive and able to wreck face and are scared of literally everything. Okay, have we been here? Feels like we have. Alright. Next is asked, which Watcher-specific predator, if allowed to pass through the portals and reproduce, would cause the most damage? I mean, do you want the fun answer or do you want the boring answer? Because the fun answer is fucking Godzilla. Godzilla. The fun answer is the gourmand. Everyone else in Rain World fights for survival. The gourmand exists for a good time. Oh yeah, cluster spiders. Because you kill them, and then more of them show up. Though the paralyzing spiders would be very bad. Aww. Salamander. He's just a little guy. It's his birthday. I don't know which way it is to the shower. This way. Oh, the fucking bugs. Forgot about this bit. I mean, now we can traverse this area in the space between time. We should be able to get through this a bit better. But we'll have a snooze, we'll explore a little, and then we'll break space-time. Okay. So, apparently, the outer rim is where we might be able to gain some kind of cool kid powers. So, once we're done breaking shit, we can head to Demon and go from there. Apparently, that's where the master void flowers are. And by mastering that, that gives us the ability to choose where we teleport to. We can essentially unlock something similar to like a tunnel from the first, well, from Rain World Regular and from Downpour. Oh, so Scotty, the purple rings are ones currently infected by the rot. And what do you assume I did it? God, so judgy, Scotty. One little bit of the timeline's a little bit fucked up, and that's obviously got to be Will's fault. God, maybe I'm responsible for making things loads better. Yeah, do you think about that? I couldn't keep a straight face as I said it. Oh yeah, so that means we're on the hunt for a karma flower, aren't we? Can't remember where the fuck they are. Yeah, I'll bank that kill later. Shit. I'm a fucking Doctor Who monster over there and I'm Biff the Shaw. But yeah, we need a Karma Flower to be able to do a time-breaking teleport, so that's what we're looking for. Not looking for you, mate. Jesus fucking Christ. Didn't realise they made ugly in your size. Sorry, Jess and I have been watching Season 2 of The Cleaner, so my Britishisms are going to become more pronounced throughout the day. Okay. I'll try and eat jellies where I can. Try and eat jellies while I'm not getting my face bitten off by the face biter. Beautiful. Oh shit, the bed. Fuck. Wanker. I forgot to turn on the kill counter. Anyway, sorry friends, I realised I went straight from talking at you all to... Where are you? Death counter. I went straight from talking at you all to Rain World mode. How was your weekend? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. Struck me. I'm going to need to actually snooze again to get high rank invisibility. Oh, there we go. Legends enjoying Duckov. Thanks for the recommendation. You are very welcome. I haven't gotten to jump onto any more cargo hunters, but I'm looking forward to it. I did consider cargo hunters for the schedule this week, but organising other humans is the most stressful part of streaming. And I am organising enough humans and enough other parts of my life. Oh, excuse me. Well, Scotty, gotta love a challenge. Caffeine, what turn, welcome. Okay, well, this is... it's not supposed to be like this. I've broken it a little bit. It's not putting me in the space between. So I can't see where the edible jellies are. And Scotty, in this area, it's always Flying Ant World, Flying Ant Day, which they don't seem to have out here like we do in the UK. But it was a fucking weird time of year, that. So Caffeine, how you doing? What you been up to? Tell me your tales. Jesus, this is a long walk and a half. Yeah, I guess you're not supposed to be able to make this until... Ooh, you're wibbling. Okay, can't get us here. So we're just going to take a little breather. Refresh our smoky eye powers. Oh, and you know what, caffeine? That sounds bloody good. And yeah, I know I said this to everybody else earlier, but as I said, I've been on Rogue Trader and Brotato. Watched New Adventure Time. It was good. That was fucking it. I turned a cheap pasta sauce into a delicious pasta sauce, making me feel like a culinary fucking genius. Okay. I've not been here, so we need to go find some food. Oh. Ask and you shall receive. Actually, don't think I made it out this way the first time we played through this. Anyway, nap time. Oh, I'm hurt and offended that you'll think I don't know how to make cheap pasta sauce taste good. Okay, so we're still in the Badlands. We've got a rock. But yeah, I haven't been able to undertake any big cooking projects. I did get to do some of the one of the Gundam kits from the stream on Saturday, which if you missed, fucking missed a laugh. Where the fuck are we? Cave Trop. Yeah, I think I don't fucking see you there, mate. Question is, how hungry are we? Ah, look who's a big bloody coward. That... Oh, okay, no, so it's not an aggressive one. I got them mixed up. Ooh. A place we'd never been before. Where the fuck is this? Sorry about that. Sorry, I just saw, ooh, fractured gateways. Okay, fuck off. I'm gonna eat that bastard. No, 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 no. Maybe not. We have never been here before. Okay. Yes. Don't you fucking dare, you little froggy shit. Now here's the problem. You know what? I'm not going where the frogs are, because they're fucking bastards. So we're going to head the other way. These rattling fucks don't get a bite on us. No, no, no. Stop it. No teleport. Fucking hell. Okay, my throw is fucking terrible. And there are lots of bastards. Just gotta be quicker. Jesus twatting Christ. I like to see that we're continuing the Rainworld tradition of, oh good, it's worse. Oh. Just trying to find some food and somewhere to fucking rest. Yeah, apparently I've never been to this region before. Or if I have, it has changed significantly since then. But we do have a Karma Flower for an emergency teleport, which was the big goal. So Tesla Coil, return welcome if I didn't say it already. How goes it? I now know what we need to be doing to progress. So yeah, I caved and looked up what we needed to do to get the Weaver going. So we've just got to break space-time a lot more. Do not trust those pipes. So that's my little goal. Ooh. We got real lucky here at Seattle Way. We got a respite from like the hell heat, which I'm very fucking grateful for, let me tell you. But everybody's bloody sweltering right now. Yeah, you can fucking run. Okay, this gets us back to Deimos. I'm more afraid of that frog than I am afraid of that fucking spider. Welcome to Rainworld. It's all bad. Oh, Scotty, I'm sorry, mate. Something tells me I'm not supposed to jump off the bloody cliff there. But I guess it's up, and hooray. A couple of soul jellies. You know, tour of fabric in space-time. God, everyone's just so where? Is that a big fucking sky whale? I think that is. Not our usual kind, obviously, but... Oh god. Like a sky eel. Skeel. You come back to Wales? Welcome to Rain World, where the creatures are horrible and the points don't make sense. Huh. There's no rain in this region. But we haven't found any food yet. So let's just explore as best we can. Oh, but anyway, friends, for those of you who are battling the heat, I hope you're staying cool as best you can. Like, we haven't had a bad year out here for quite some time. It's been at least like 2 or 3 moves since I last had, like, you know, 110 days, but those fucking sucked. What was that? What the fuck was that? This fucking game. It wasn't me. Nexus, are you sure? Got another bloody shelter, but no food. Guess I was supposed to eat the melon somehow. Okay. Yeah, sorry I keep leaning on you lot for stories and whatnot, but I kind of need to live vicariously through you all. Peb starting up his ICQ client. Just him talking to him. I guess the sky eels make that noise. The skeels? barely explored any of this. Alright. I think it's time to do an emergency teleport. We've got to break up space-time. So yeah, so as I said to those of you who joined us late, I now know what it is we need to do. Fuck up space-time. So do emergency teleports that break shit. Yeah, you two can fucking fight it out if you want. Oh, that was bad. Alright, well, those two are fighting over who gets the drop wig. You son of a... Little Fire is currently snoozing behind me. So, did you ever used to see those things on the back of cereal packets where you'd have to like fill out like a character, like a superhero or something? You'd have little pieces and you have to draw your own. Well, I want you to imagine that with far more expletives. Like, draw your own like drumstick will with extra special swear words. Because that's where I am right now. The problem is, I don't think that I think we have to emergency teleport and then rest. So I don't think that last one counts. Firstly, you can interest me in vicarious hotel living. How are you holding up, friend? Fuck off. Killed him, but he took my bloody spear. Frog swamp, nightmare frog swamp. Drinking a lot of sandwiches. Motherfucking frogs. Sorry, if you haven't seen much of Rainworld, the frogs are particularly nasty because they don't kill you, but they latch on. They're almost impossible to get off. And once they've latched onto you, they siphon not your life but your food. And they will keep doing that until you have no food left, so you just starve. And I cannot understate how fucking hard they are to kill. I think you can get them with leeches. I think you can get them with leeches and something else, right? Well, hopefully Vershi, both the booze and the sarnies isn't too terrible. Oh no, eat some jellies. And yeah, Vershi, that is pretty much true. I barely drink these days. The world thought it impossible. Okay. Give our little guy a chance to rest up here, while these incredibly stinky skyfish do their thing. But I will say, friends, for those of you who have played through all of the Watcher, if there are any technical things I should know, feel free to tell me. Because last week, I feel like I was almost begging for assistance in like, alright, what am I not doing? I was getting crickets back. Now I know what we're doing. I feel like I've been able to cover a lot more ground. I don't know what's going to happen plot-wise. I don't know what's going to happen once we talk to the Weaver a bunch more times, and of the two endings we have left, what do those even look like? Those are big stinkies. Hey, I'm invisible. Fuck you guys. Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Okay. That could have gone much worse. Oh, have I come full circle? Oh, I bloody have, haven't I? Alright. Well, if we want food, we've got to do a one-ton bomb onto the melon. Verdant says, Will, is it true that you now get drunk as a skunk? By which I mean, not often, because skunks don't have reliable access to alcohol. That is very true. Fun's been good. Okay, no, it's been hard and a bit shit, but, you know, I did it. I'm doing it. Oh, fucking damn it. Fine, you know what? Fuck you, frogs. Right, we're in Rusted Wrecks. Okay, for a start, I've absolutely been here, so don't even... Ooh, though... Now we're just going to find somewhere to snooze. Bingo, bango. Snooze a couple of days around this way. There's even some jellies to have for breakfast tomorrow. There we go. I thought you meant, Vern, that being as blind as a bat means you now only navigate around the apartment by going scree, scree. Excuse me. What the fuck back here? What in the jelly fuck do you think you are? Nah. Ferdinand, I'll tell you what it's going to be. We're going to annoy the Weaver in a way that, you know, Pebbles only ever dreaded. Like, slugcats are a mischievous bunch at the best of times. That's a good point. I should take any portals to Deimos that I can, because those portals will always contain... Oh god. That is...
Captain on the bridge.
How do you know if the pepper is nosy? It gets alpino business. Viking 64 slug dab.
You ever been so pasty that the mere mention of the word jalapeno caused you to cough and your eyes to water? Mental monk, heckin' thank you. Alright. Like... Oh. That is a nightmare. That is an active, moving nightmare. You son of a fucking bitch. That is such a dick move. That was evil. So Vernon, I don't think I've ever blamed it on Britishisms. Sometimes I mispronounce things out of spite. Other times... Oh, I guess there is always like the colloquial accent type thing, you know? I just often find that the folks who get super pedantic about pronunciations are the most fun to wind up.
I have been sitting here, trying to come up with a good joke to make Will groan. Half wrote nearly a dozen now. I ask myself, will this get a feck off? No pun intended.
You know what? I didn't know where you were going with that. I thought it was going to be an admission of like, you know what? I tried. I failed. And I was going to be like, you know what? The important thing is that you gave it a go. But nah. Nah, you were setting it up. I'm proud of that one. No, sorry, I got lost in the choking on nothing and the nonsense. So, Mental Monk, thank you for 32 months. That's almost 3 years, I want to say. It's coming up on 3 years for sure. Okay. But, like, tier 3, that means you're chucking in, like, $25 a month. That's really fucking cool. And Simple Chaos, thank you for the 200. I'm amazed any of you have any cash left after Saturday. And for those of you who missed it, so what happened on Saturday is I finally delivered on the quest that I owed, which actually I need to tick off the board, which was a stream involving the cardboard Gundam over the top of the sexy Roman outfit. Sorry, historically accurate Roman outfit. And we did it. And we were nattering about a few things. Like, I forget who suggested the some of the other things that we put up for mischief. But it did result in me doing the fucking anime bunny ears dance to in the full armor. Ah, Nova, Watto and welcome. I know you're in probably just recovering from bullshit. Ooh. I think he's already dead. I know what to do though. Give us a fighting chance. The worst murder engine ever. Doing no murder with the engine. Well then, Nova, I hope you're getting some proper rest. Yeah, Saturday was fucking funny. There are clips aplenty. And oh no! I don't want to do that. Sorry, big man. We're just going to go invisible for a little bit. Don't even worry about it. No. Okay, we are alive, but fucking barely. Tesla Coil says there is no rotted drill crab, and by that we can conclude that the drill crabs are already the worst versions of themselves. Or whatever they're made out of is so heinous that even... Oh, no. I thought we were going to have to do some portal shenanigans there to... Oh, he's big mad. That thing is pissed. All I can assume is that the leeches are getting it. Because I think it's a salamander. I think it can swim. Rain World, the only nature documentary where the catchline is, surprise, it gets worse. But the other problem being is that if it dies, the rot doesn't die. You just basically have a lizard corpse with sentient nightmare noodles coming out of it. Okay, so fuck that. We're going this way. It is interesting that oh no, those are leeches. Oh, and those are unkillable leeches as well. And nightmare spiders. Oh, fucking god. This is fun. This is fun, and I like to do this. Oh. But yeah, sorry for everybody again who's like getting the heat wave on them. Like I said, we've gotten lucky in Seattle because we've had a couple of days of just no heat. The rain has been extremely welcome. I don't think those spiders know what to do with me. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave them the fuck alone. No, fuck off. Fuck off! Yeah. Come on, come on. Come on. Not dead. Fun fact, spiders can't swim. Alright, let's try that again, in slow motion. Ah, we still have a full belly as well. We have just teleported a significant number of nightmare leeches into another region. Alright, no wonder the Weaver's gonna be so fucking livid at me. I've probably single-handedly done more damage to the ecosystem than anything else. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to take the portal to Deimos, we're going to head to the Outer Rim, and then hopefully we'll be able to use the Karma Flowers. Oh. To do some more emergency teleports, break up the timeline a bit more, get the Weaver a bit more pissed at me. Spoiler, I'm not sorry. And that's a slugcat promise. Yeah, so that's where we're heading. Outer Rim. Oh. Yeah, I think this takes us up. Ah, yes, and one must get up to get down. God, I spend so much time in this area avoiding avoiding falling off stuff, not realizing this whole area loops back on itself. Okay. Now, I've been here a bunch of times. We just need to find where in the fuck. Where in the fuck we can have a snooze? Right. Oh yeah, this is an absolute arsehole. I'm gonna go all the way up, then all the way down. Fuck. Okay. Relax the hands. Do you all ever encounter that thing where you find a video on YouTube and stuff, which is on a really interesting topic, but the person doing the video is the most either boring or obnoxious person to listen to? You know, kind of like listening to a British man talk about the games industry for hours every day, you know? Alright, so we go through here and down that side. I mean, Verdant Sundu, there are a couple of manufacturing plants still out there. Obviously, as we all know, British people were a mistake. Both scientifically and ecologically. Oh. 220 deaths. It's been so long since we saved. I don't want to hang out in the bad place anymore. I don't want to hang out in the land of wet rust. Okay, so it's not just me. I found one that was talking about Star Wars Galaxy, which I love talking about. But the person in question just made the whole thing one of the most whoa, asshole. Well, that's fine, we've got to do that drop ourselves anyway. But the person in question made the video the most boring thing to listen to. Oh, Aeon, thank you. It only took hundreds upon hundreds of hours. I think that's where this game really shines. Like, you really feel the mastery of it when you've been playing it for fucking ages. Because it's not like you can like level up your slugcat skill tree or anything like that. Sorry, if you weren't 1,000 years old. There we go. So Star Wars Galaxies was an old school pre-WoW MMO set in Star Wars. It was very good. And there were loads of things about it that were fascinating. And one of them was when it started, you were not allowed to be a Jedi. You could be a smuggler, you could be a weirdo, bounty hunter, what have you, but you couldn't be a Jedi. Now, obviously this, I can't remember if Galaxies predated the prequel trilogy. I'd have to look at the timeline. But eventually they did add Jedi as a playable race. Well, but they added a bunch of caveats and weirdness and things like that. It kind of broke the game. And since then, Star Wars Galaxies have done loads of things. Some good, some bad. But it's like the most fascinating thing to study. Because when the game launched initially, they were adamant there will be no Jedi in this game. That's not what this is about. But the problem with Star Wars as a world and as a fandom is that people want to be laser sword wielding space wizards.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Number go up. Still not first though.
Hey, Dustin, unless things go very fucking weird in the next 10 hours, first is yours. Oh, Scotty, they must have changed that. That's fun. Okay, Galaxies was post Phantom Menace. Okay. Because the thing was, I was a Jedi Knight fan. I didn't really have the money for Star Wars Galaxy. And I was already playing Ultima Online, so one does not casually do two MMOs at the same time, you know? But like, I find Galaxies fucking fascinating to talk about, because it's a classic example of users don't actually know what they want. Because yeah, as soon as Jedi started popping up, the really good players got onto that, like as soon as, right? Putting turnips in the jar. Turnips in the jar-o. No, Scotty, if this is your personal goal to fill the pint glass with turnip wills, then do it. Turnip Manjaro. Turniptrocity. Oh yeah, so I've actually, in the earlier days of Galaxies, there were a few ways to become a Jedi, but it was always like a temporary thing. And I personally thought that worked very well. Ooh, I have an idea. We'll take the Karma Flower with us. We'll eat the Karma Flower here. And then do another emergency teleport, and then try and find some way to fucking sell. Yeah, you fucking better. See if we can bring some sky whales with us. Okay. We're not actually far from a place to save though, which is good. We've got a full belly and a song in our heart. But yeah, sorry, as Vershi was saying, you know, Jedi used to be essentially like a permadeath character, making bounty hunters and stuff scary. I really appreciated that, at least in its initial offering, Star Wars Galaxies was about the roleplay of the RPG bit, which, as dumb as it is to say out loud, is something that is often forgotten in modern RPGs and specifically modern MMOs. Okay. Yeah, nap time is just around the corner. The fuck on? What do you mean there's a pipe there? Huh. Well, let's have a nap first. And we can explore all this. Ooh, look at you lot comparing latencies. I don't have time traveling for the lot of us. Okay. Sorry, forgive me for getting wavy davy on the topic. Star Wars Galaxies had so many weird little quirks to it, and back when Star Wars wasn't really considered a valuable IP, at least not in the world of video games. Okay. Alright, so we've done a lot of emergency teleports. I don't know how many we need to do in total. We should try and just survive for as many cycles around this way as possible. Now, thankfully, pop bugs are plentiful. And hey, we might even make friends with a lizard or two. Get to explore this bit as well. Oh. So this gives us a non... Oh, you can fuck off. This gives us a non... Yeah, you better fuck off. Whew. That gives us a non-windy route down towards... where the nightmare bastards. Poor guy is traumatized. Poor guy. Poor guy. That is an Invis-a-Lizard. That is the peak of pale privilege right there. He knows exactly what he did. He knows why he's in trouble. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Speaking of getting traumatized. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is very bad. We're about to bring a nightmare lizard and a newt into our new area. So we're just gonna run. Oh, I do kind of want to see what happens though. So the whole newt family is currently encapsulated in a nightmare lizard. Yeah, you know what? I've got my snacks. I don't need to fuck with that. You know, slug cats don't get paid by the hour. Oh, sorry. Here I am getting distracted from my own stories with my own adventures. So yeah. I just miss back when MMOs were supposed to be, well, like an online roleplay game. You know, the systems were there to facilitate, not to, you know, do battle with. And initially Star Wars Galaxies very much encompassed that, but the problem was, in video games, it is very hard to tell people, like, no, these people get to be a character, you don't. You know, all of the RP servers I used to roll on, any kind of like special infected, special creatures, you know, your vampires, your... fuck that. You know, your vampires, your wares, etc. One of the first things people always talk about is like, how do I get to do that? And the idea was that, you know, the Jedi was almost like a temporary class, which they did change. Fuck. Yeah. Nightmare lizard. I've made the ecosystem considerably worse. You're lucky I don't have a fucking spear, mate. Well, so Kakazi, I would personally say that Final Fantasy XIV is an incredible game, right? And is a great game to play with your friends. Loads of the features that are in, at least to me, feel like they're added for... convenience is perhaps the wrong word, but... you know, the job system, transmog systems, being able to play the class and rotate between them and all of that, it's fun. You know, but, you know, back in the MMOs of yore, you know, you picked what you picked. It would take you fucking years to even... How was that for a slice of fried gold? Fuck off. Anginan, millipede, Anginan. Oh yeah. But I think back to like the most fun I've had with MMO stuff was, as cheesy as it is, I played an RP Ultima server and it was fucking great. Because it forced people to play a character not playing peak min-maxery. There we go. He's in the Rusted Rex. And where the fuck are we and how do we get there? Okay. We are in Desolate Tract and we can get to Rusted Rex. Is that Rusted Rex there? I think it bloody is. Hang on, I'll have another look in a second, but I'm pretty sure that's where Rusted Rex is. Or Rusted Rex. Right there, yeah? Bloody marvellous. Just hoping it's not one of the ones that are like down, past the Nightmare Bastards. No, because that's coral. Alright. Oh, big green. I've definitely brought the rot through with me. Good dodge though. Oh, you are fucking fast. Alright. So somewhere around here. Somewhere around here, something is exploding, but somewhere around here is a weaver. Now, I still don't know if it'll just straight up tell us where one might be. I remember there being like a blip of gold on the UI, sorry, on the map, but I don't remember if that's something that we just get. Or if we have to find it first. Oh wait, is it still the thing where the swimmers are heading towards where we should be going to? Fuck, I can't remember. You can see there by the glow lights, this place is riddled. I didn't mean to do that in the old Greg voice, it just came out. Sadly, Nova, my weeb cred is not what it used to be. I haven't seen... I haven't seen Jujutsu Kaisen. I haven't seen so much. I don't think I could be more behind, medically. True, the ways of the old weeb never left me. You can take the lad out of anime, can't take the anime out of the lad. Explosion! He's not going to be in Rain World 2. That stealth wanker is, though. Fucking bastard. Let's not go that way. Oh no. Oh no. Do we have enough food in our belly to sleep? Of course we don't. Okay, fuck off, big man. Okay. I don't know why I didn't think to hide from these big fuckers using the the stealth mode. Probably should have worked that out sooner. Honestly, the only reason I don't use stealth more is because you have to drop everything you're holding. Okay, heart rate's nice and high. Slugcat victory meter, also nice and high. Okay, yeah, so somewhere here in Rusted Rex, there is a weaver. But this area is fucking massive. I don't know if any of the Rainworld squad have any recommendations for weaver hunting. Because the map's not showing anything. And I think we have to find where it is when we're in like the space between. Sorry, using a little bit of Blackout Club lingo there. Sorry about that, friends. That was twitch.television telling me I had something very important I had to check. Do you know what it was? It was telling me that I should be playing more adverts for you all. It was saying that I need to make a better impression. That by having ads play at the beginning, not, you know, every hour for 5 minutes, is somehow better for all of you. I don't think Mr. Twitch, Mr. the Prick. Freud, is that you? Vershi is impressioned, so incredibly impressioned. I know. Like Tesla Quill, I make like $9 a year on Twitch ads. And honestly, if I could turn them all off completely, I would. It's like House Carl went from being the hunters to being basically like a attack medics.
Stop that incessant
Oh,
clicking.
sorry, Simple Chaos. That's very kind of you. You lot already went fucking hard last week. Thank you so much. Thank you for making it so Tesla Coil and folks don't have to deal with ads when they come back. So yeah, we've just got to explore this area then, right? Which is easier said than done. And we can explore like this, we just have to kind of speedrun it a little. But yeah, someone mentioned something that the Weaver leaves something of a trail behind to help with tracking. I've just got to move quickly so that we don't get snacked on. Eat jellies, avoid getting our face bitten off like that movie. He bit my fucking face off. Trail but not right away, okay. Just let me know if I'm doing anything absolutely stupid. Because like I said, last week was nice. We had plenty of time, we got to talk about loads of nonsense. You know, it's not like we ever have a bad time. We rain-world it up. But oh, here we go. Okay. He's having a little bit of a breakdown, but he did pick up the pearl. So hopefully I'll be back to Chieftain again. Like, no wonder this last run took me so fucking long. It's because I was trying to fight every scav at the same time. Good kill count, though. Not to alarm you, but you're playing Rainworld. That was stupid. Yeah, nah. Whatever these kids are picking up, I am putting down. Ow! I guess he didn't get the memo that I'm fucking friendly. And we're back here again, okay. And we're walking, we're walking. Welcome to the bloody great big loop with me, Will Overguard, where I walk around Rainworld in a great big loop. And I can speak clearly as well. Shit. Alright, well, at least that lizard didn't want shit and or fuck to do with me. Listen here, you rusty bastard. I'm just going to say it, the Rusty Bastard is a great ship name. Oh, fuck. Man, tears in the fabric of space-time. Be damned. Okay, fuck off. Oh, someone's cruising for a stabbing. Jinan! Alright. Where's my pearl? Hey, listen, mate, you're supposed to take that. You're supposed to like me now. Yeah, sorry, mate. I'm getting my soul eaten just so that you can have your shiny bloody baubles. Oh, now you want to come hang out. In the words of Winston Churchill, good luck and I'll see you next Tuesday. Okay, okay, okay. Not my smartest performance there. I do think, friends, I need a spot of water, a little loo break.
The local cops keep asking me hypothetical questions on how not to be selfish. We ended up calling them sheriffs.
I can't even send you to jail for that one, because that's where they are. Proud of that one? Proud of that one? Fucking terrors. On that bombshell, Kari, thank you for the 200. Scotty, if you want to continue Operation Turnip Fill Up, you are more than welcome. But I'm going to take a little breather. Aeon, have a lovely time at Game Dev Night. Oh, excuse me. I just thought I'd put on some emotional support jams. Have a little break from the Rain World flavoured chaos. Today has been a lot, friends, but not bad. Just been a lot. I'll be back with all of your lovely selves in just a second, so don't go anywhere. We just got to track down this bloody ruddy weaver. Also, is it me, or am I lower now on the scavometer? I gave him all the bloody pearls. Oh, I guess they consider the pearl to be theirs from where I dropped it and took it back. Fucking wankers. Right. Bathroom, water, slugcats. hello, hello. Okay. Yeah, and Fearless, I know that feeling well. I know that feeling well. Favor 6, what's and welcome. We were talking a spot of the Star Wars earlier. Although we were talking about Star Wars Galaxies. We're trying to find the bloody Weaver. How are you? Oh, hell no. Plus side, he got all caught up in himself. So there we go. I got the new season of Arena at some point to dive on into, which supposedly has PvE stuff as well. Because while I do not count myself in the sweaty tryhards, I have definitely been ruined by them.
You have definitely ruined someone's night.
Oh yeah, no, I have fucked up someone's day. I'm not even close to sorry as well. They've actually made mechanical changes to the game, which I think I might be responsible for. Which I would feel bad about if it wasn't. Awesome. Weirdly, this setup is actually pretty good for us. There's no way it'll let us swallow a beehive, is it? You can swallow a beehive. This is a terrible idea and I love it. Okay. Basically, you used to be able to put very expensive bullets in your pockets. In your special please do not steal my shit pockets in Arena, which you are not allowed to do anymore. So I can no longer do my bastard tier maneuver with... Wait. Alright. Excuse me, where's the fucking Weaver? Oh, we've got to go in the water. Fuck. Thanks, I hate it. Oi, piss off. Aren't you guys just coming to eat my soul? Oh yeah, actually, so Favor 6 to echo Legends question. Throw those suckers in Discord. We can have a look at the mighty morphing Scythian Rangers. And Fred, what and welcome. Yeah, we find ourselves in the misty planetoid. It's a strange place. Full of mystery, wonder, and shit which trying to kill us all. How you doing, mate? Okay. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air nonsense here on account of the fact that I have been turned upside down. But yeah, so Fred, obviously we're back on Rain World. It's going better than I would have expected, all things considered. Oh, actually, I think we might be where we need to be. Assuming I don't die from the fall. Okay, not dead. Unsettled, but not dead. I'm pretty sure the Weaver's not round this way, which means he's this way. And before you ask, yes, that is a beehive in my stomach. Don't worry about it. It's best if you don't worry about it. It's kind of the epitome of don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Okay, this is starting to look a little familiar. How far are we from... Oh, shelter's up top. Brilliant. Because this is about to get difficult. Oh, back of the net. Back of the net. Back for a snooze. Backstreet's back. All right. There we go. Right. That was almost a fucking catastrophe. Okay, that's good. Right. Ooh! And the Weaver is now in the Desolate Tract, Rusty Wrecks, and the Fractured Gateways. So we're doing good. All I needed to do last week was a bunch of panicked emergency teleports and then survive a bit. Okay, PBS, that I keep thinking of that. Like, Pebs manages to create an invincible, impenetrable fortress with no gaps, no holes, finally creates the perfect slug-proof facility. And then we show up through space and time. It's probably what drove him mental. Sorry, my apologies. The problem is, Jess and I have been watching The Cleaner, and there are a few Britishisms that are starting to creep back into my vocabulary. I do not mean to make light of mental illness. Unfortunately, describing something as quote-unquote mental is a Britishism long used...
He always makes fun of my mental.
No, I don't even joke about
He
that.
always makes fun of it. I always feel uncomfortable.
Get an HR report from Business Fish.
Business Fish is dead because you killed him.
Business Fish is not dead. He lives on. It's consultancy work. Alright, so we'll check up first. And then we'll check down. Ooh, cauliflower. We don't need it, so I might leave it for now. Alright. Don't touch the button. Don't touch the nudes. Wait, Dustin, that doesn't need saying. I have no intention, I've never said. I also don't like it because it's, you know, chavery the bad way.
What is the R word? Ricotta cheese?
It is ricotta, yes. Yeah, can't ambush an ambush predator, mate. Wait, back off. Some of this that I can't help but take a little bit personally. On the plus side, once we get to wherever the Weaver is, it's very obvious. There's a huge golden crack in existence. It's thankfully not subtle. Yeah, well, that's how it feels, Favor 6. That's how it feels. I'm already having to swallow my generational trauma, my personal trauma, I should say, and try and be quote-unquote supportive of people who are enjoying football. You know, cultural differences and all that. There's a huge golden crack in existence by Fall Out Boy featuring Lady Gaga. Or Lady Gaga, if you have class. You saying boo or boo earns? Well, I'm a slugcat with a spear and a can-do attitude. I mean, in the immutable words of Lady Gaga, none of you fuckers bite me. Oh, those big boys are mad. Thanks to the Weaver for making this fucking difficult. I'm just gonna level with you now, Weaver mate. If I can personally wreck your stuff, I'm going to. Here he is. Consider movement along the circumference of a ring. From a one-eyed loop, the spiral. From one eye, the motion of a line. Mate! Ooh! Ooh, I have weird little golden eyes. Okay. So that bloody great big crack there, what are we supposed to do? Is he going to fix this, or are we supposed to fix this? I forget. Because he was having a natter here. And he's gone now. But the crack is still there. Alright. What in the bloody hell should I be doing here? Try sheltering? Alright. Okay, we're not far off and all. Oh, fuck it. Actually, I wonder if we can we sleep? Can we sleep in the... Huh. I don't think I've ever actually tried this. No, doesn't seem to do anything different. I've never really had a nap in the realm between time and space. Seems quite refreshing. Okay, so... the Rusted Wreck one is done. So we need to head for the Desolate Tract and then the Signal Spires. Unfortunately, because of all my teleport...
Stop that incessant clicking.
PVS, fucking thank you. Big Sister Moon will be proud. Yeah, in this house we stand the moon. Exactly, the extra O. That's for thickness. We do have dev confirmation. Moon is thick. God, we should have gotten that on a t-shirt. Okay, so we're here. I think... if we can't go further to the left from where we are and rejoin this... because, yeah, that's where we want to head, is back to the Desolate Tracts. Okay. Oh, check it out. We have glowing orange eyes. In the past, we've had glowing purple. See what that does for us. And while we're not being inundated with nightmares, might as well have a moment, have a wee cheeky snack. There is no Greg's in Rainworld. Sorry to inform you. Oi! I don't think those two lads are friends. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's three of them. Alright. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, fuck off. Oh, he's always famous for saying that. 4 and fuck off, mate. £4 and 20 down the council. Please don't be full of bastards. It's full of bastards. Shit. So, in theory... no, that's... okay, but I know where we need to go. Next room over. Then Dan. Alright, jobs are good. Not as good as a wink. Here we go. Please don't be full of monsters. Okay. Oh, Fred, that's all I've done all day. See, I looked into it last week of like what we actually needed to do. To be able to progress, right? Wait. My lunch just sat me. Should eat his head first. It's not looking good for Big Green. I don't know if you noticed, the Newt-Newts will keep stabbing someone until they are dead. They won't just do like a quick little cheeky stab and then be done with it. But yeah, sorry, so my brain's all over the place. So yeah, so I looked up what we needed to do to progress, and we basically have to break space-time so hard that Weaver shows up to fix it. What I was doing last week was essentially traveling through space-time the correct way. I know, Fred, I know that's hard to hear. Will obeying the intergalactic chronological time zone road laws. We didn't know whether to call you Rob or Ross. So we went with Lister. Fun fact, everybody. Dave Lister, he's his own dad. How is that possible? Take it up with Doctor Who if you want. Alright. So now we're just really looking to see if we can find the Weaver. I will take a quick little... Alright, alright. Now we worked out how to get these melons. Very satisfying. Huh? Scotty, that is an interesting way of writing absolutely spiteful flying sheets. I'm not saying the Newt-Newts are unfair in their spitefulness. You know, fucking everyone's trying to eat them. I think we can all relate to that. Yeah, it turns out that ages back, Baron threw in some... Oh! Huh. Okay, I'm going to grab this pearl, because why not? Already used the one in our stomach. Oh, not quite. Oh well. Ah, here we go. So here's the crack. So the weaver's got to be close by, right? Well, he's not bloody there. Wouldn't fit. Alright, then that begs the question, when the bloody hell is he? Alright, you lot are getting very aggressive. First person to spot a weaver, let me know. Sorry, I do want to talk about Red Dwarf and time travel and fuckery, except for the varying denizens of Rainworld keep making that more difficult than it should be. Ah, here we go. These are the weavers, well, weavings. Weaving Stevens? No, I can do better. Alright, where are you, mate? Okay, the Weaver's strands have stopped. So did I take a fucking wrong turn at Albuquerque or some shit? No. Alright, well, Papa Newt Newt's not coming back, so... All I can think of is we need to go up and over the top to try and find the... Weaver, because we're close. Oh, you don't suppose we've got a... How much time have we got? Loads. Alright, I'm going to try something very stupid. Okay, sorry, me getting distracted all over the place. Basically, I'm going to try heading to above where the Weaver's tear is. Which is here. Wait, down! Absolute loon. Get us all killed, mate. No. It's a good idea, though. Fuck. Anyway, so back to our prior conversation. I haven't caught up on as many of the newer red dwarfs as I'd like. I'm seriously considering after we've chewed through all of the cleaner, of that being our next little bit of Britishisms. Okay, okay. Fucking void hunters. Snacking on my little slugcat ways. Oh, you guys are bad. Alright, let's see if we can find where the bloody hell to go. Wait, is it after we find the busted place we then have to come back to then talk to the Weaver? Because we should have fucking seen him by now. You know what? Plus we got that pearl in our stomach. I'm going to go for a little power snooze. Power snooze, slugcat style. Just grab it, mate. Oh, God. There you go. There you go. Just doing a packed lunch for tomorrow. You know, set yourself up for success and all that. Because I'm trying to think of other British shows that I could show Jess that would be good. After the Gone Wrong show, and now we've got the Cleaner. The problem, of course, like all comedies, is you live in that perpetual fear of, wait a second, when this was made, what was culturally acceptable? You know, we've done an episode of Faulty Towers. Oh, what do you mean? It's gone! Bless you. The fucking Weaver wings are gone. No, I didn't show Jess Nightmare. I mean, as interesting as it is still a kids' game show. Okay, so what does it mean now that the falling wings are gone? Does that mean we need to wait a few more cycles before we get? Because that's the thing. We can just stick our head out for a sec. Go see if there's anyone worth anyone's arse worth kicking. Big green friend. Okay, come on, big green. Don't worry. Come on. No, our eyes were not always gold. This is a new development. No, big green, come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. Nap time with big green. Come on. No! Fuck. Sorry, we got enough food for another nap time. Yay! Oh god. Nah, green, we're going back to bed, mate. No, no, come on. Come on. Yeah, come on, big green. Bedtime, bedtime. God. There we go. Come on. It's not the brightest spark. What's the Scotty? I thought about the fast show, but it's like that thing of you have those shows, right? And you watch them a million years ago, and you only remember the funny bits. You know, Fast Show, Goodness Gracious Me, what was it, Drop the Dead Donkey, Big Train, like all of these unmitigated bangers. Me without my spear. Don't worry, mate. I just need a spear to handle our problem. No, no, we're not going this way. Come on, back in, back in. Just blink through him real quick. Well, that's cute. Even when I'm outside of space and time, my friend lizard knows exactly where I am. Ooh. Yeah. And we have to give this to our oversized green fight puppy. Bless him, he's not he's not the brightest of sparks, but he's a great big fight puppy. Once he's done playing with his food. But we found We found the tear in space-time. God. Just eat it. You beloved, ginormous doofus. Okay, just leave him to be a happy being there. Come on, mate. I've got places to be. Come on. So yeah, what I'm going to do, friends, is I think once we've got him dunked, I know it's been a short stream, but I'll be bringing our adventures to a close because I don't know how to get this Reaper back. And I think it's just cycles. And also, I have had and may yet still have lots of nonsense to do for other stuff. Which again, I can't tell you about yet, which is very frustrating. But so if you've got anything to yell about, if you've got anything to mention, now's the time. Oh, Big Green's got himself bloody stuck. Okay, hopefully Big Green doesn't decide to sleep outside tonight.
I've got Lance Memorial buys to share.
It was one missed throw, and I didn't realise I could eat my own slugcat children, okay? I learnt that at the same time you did. Cursed. Cursed to forever remember. Damn it, Fred. You know what? I knew. Anyway, while we wait for either Big Green or to head on into the shelter. Yeah, if you all have been playing anything over the weekend that you've been enjoying, like, the thing I really appreciate about the Warframe squad and the Longship is that when I'm like, hey, robot fashion show, they know. You know, I always want to see, you know, screenies and recommendations. There are some folks who drift on by the Discord and post not even like bizarre, like funny bizarre, but bizarre like this has nothing to do with anything videos in Videodrome. And I always sometimes want to be like, why would you post this? What made you think I would care desperately about whatever Ronaldo or Wallaraldo, whatever his bloody name is? What about my cadence and my existence has given you pause that I might care desperately about the lives of, you know, footballers?
Don't lie. I saw the shrine.
No, that was a shrine to Gary Lineker of the crisps, not Gary Lineker of the football. Thank you. You ever given one of your pets a chew toy and then they won't stop fucking around with it and do anything else? Oh no. Now, what did we learn? What did we learn? We learned that fucking around with your chew toy for hours means that you lose it. Lovable big idiot. Yeah. While Ronaldo is a slightly purpler, taller version of Ronaldo. It doesn't work for the Watcher, but someone did make a mod where anytime you sleep in a shelter with one of your like friend lizards. Woo! Yeah, the Weaver points have stopped, so I guess we've got to just kind of keep breaking space-time until he pops up again. But alright, like, that makes for a... We know even more so what to do for next week. So look, friends, I am sorry we started late today. All I can say is that, obviously, because I've been very stressed about money this year, and this is like the scary point of the year, that being able to take on some contracting work and help some games companies also means that I don't have to freak the fuck out. And as I've said a multitude of times, I often feel guilty that look, I don't put on a front when I'm streaming. This is me. Might be a little louder and talking a little faster, but this is me. And unfortunately that means that I do wear my emotions on my sleeve. And I often worry that I am... Because I'm not doing it on purpose, but I had a thing the other night where I was lying in bed, and you know that thing where embarrassment hits you like hours later? I had one of those moments, but it was because of someone had thrown in a donation, I didn't say a proper thank you, and I was like, shit, was I grubbing? Am I a grubbing piece of shit? Anyway, it's nice to have some extra backup work. Now, I do want to say, the Longship, you lot, this will still be my main focus. You don't have to worry about that one. I just feel bad. Anyway. That's why on Saturday I was going to do the dance free of charge for Reflective and everybody, and then they still threw in cash. So, fucking yo. Well, so Fred, it's not landed a gig. I'm not working full-time or anything. It's just additional contracting work. You know, we've got 2 ongoing projects at the moment. One of them will be Longship-esque. And all I ask of you for one of them is... you'll remember Hawkin? If you were looking at my blue sky, you'd know that I got to play some Hawkin yesterday. But Will, how did you play Hawkin in this, the year of Walla Ronaldo 2026? What I can say is, watch this space. And the other thing I can't talk about. Also, Clip of the Month Club, you have until the end of the day to get your clips seen, shared, and shown. Top 3 people who aren't Aeon Digital will all be getting a game from me, hand chosen. So, fuck yeah. I don't know what I'm saying. Also, real quickly, for the rest of the week, tomorrow is Forgotten Blood, which is like a Edgar Allan Poe macabre Kingsfield thing. Blueprints on Thursday. Blueprint. What? You laughing at Blueprints? Oh, you and fucking Nova. Coordinated strikes. Hey, no, and Alf... You're under no obligation. It's my job to be here for you lot to help remove stress, provide a little company and a conversation, or to show you the infinite struggles of the Watcher. No, you're all good. Friday, I am abusing my powers, and we're doing Project Silverfish. We're going to do the new content. I don't know if the beta branch is going to be made live, but we're going to do new shit. Stuff that I haven't seen, stuff that you haven't seen. And then on Saturday, we go to the back rooms. Because I don't give a fuck about the 4th of July. So we're going to go as far away from the 4th of July as possible to the back rooms. Boom. Yeah, Fred, I should really talk about Project Silverfish more. You know, I've been keeping it to myself quite a lot. But yeah, no, there actually will be new stuff. The beta branch has new areas, new content, possibly new dungeons. It's going to be fucking good. Yeah, sorry, Fred. Sorry I had to find out this way. Anyway, whatever you do with the rest of your evening, friends, I hope you have a good one. Oh shit, no, I've got to say thank you. And shush myself. Okay. So I'm going to say thank you. Then I'm going to chuck you all at Hero to the People Dan Jones because he's playing Bloodborne, and then do whatever you want with your night. I hope it's excellent. Okay. Oh, and the credits worked. Okay. So, whether you were celebrating uncountable months, whether you were tagged by House Carl as a gift, or anything in between, I'd like to thank the Dice Goddess, Akari Zero, Some Numbers, Nexus Dark Shade, the Mental Monk, Tesla Coil, and Looks to the Moon. To Eriman, Simple Chaos, Akari, Bacon, and Scotty, thank you for chucking bits in. I'm amazed anyone has anything left after Saturday. Seriously, thank you. And Scotty, you got halfway through. You half stacked that with turnips. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. And Simple Chaos, thank you for helping. And not just to Nova and Caffeine, but Moose and Tal, thank you so much. I know we haven't done mod meetings, and I know we haven't done a lot of the things that we I really should be organising, and I am sorry for that. But you lot still keep the place ticking over and running, even though I'm a mess. So thank you. Right. I'm just going to yeet you all immediately over to Hero to the People Dan Jones, because he's playing Bloodborne. Why are we going over there? Well, I think that was enough of an explanation, because he's playing Bloodborne. Whatever you do the rest of the night, be excellent. And I see your beautiful selves on the morrow. By the power of Grayskull. Eh. Eh.